He was number 1.
Welcome in, Jackdaw. Welcome in, Monkey. We'll see if I can keep doing voice today. Because apparently I suck at that, I'm realizing. Not the quality of it. The quality of it's whatever. But, I suck at staying in it. I was lurking for a minute, then the storm knocked it out for the night. Yeah, rip. But welcome in, Jackdaw. Welcome in, Monkey. We're gonna do boring shit today. Depending on what you like, it's a little different. Does it bother your throat, or do you just forget? I don't necessarily forget. Because it's starting to become more natural for me to do without thinking. But instead what happens is I think as I get tired and higher, that memory starts, how do I describe it? It's more so akin to how if you keep running at the same rate, like infinitely, you'll get more and more tired, right? Kinda like that. Except for, like, muscle memory. So I guess kind of forgetting, but not in the traditional on-off sense. I kind of slip out of it. I don't want to drink anymore. I need to watch the VOD. Monkey couldn't walk in a straight line. It was so good. But what I'm gonna do today, at least for as long as I feel like doing shit, is I'm trying to go through all my PCG Pokemon and selling all the shit I don't want. And it's a lot because I started at 10,000 and now I'm at 9,000, or rather 8,880. I'm going through by Pokemon ID. I'm on page 11. Out of 18. We're on Gen 5 right now. What am I looking for? All the mons I like, first of all, I keep those without even looking at them. So I'm just leaving them alone even right now, and I'll just wait for my data export for that. But the ones that I don't want, I go in to look if they have a status move, or a one-hit KO or Metro. If they have one of those, I'll keep it. Otherwise, if I don't like it, I sell it. Not looking at IVs. Don't give a fuck. Running out of juice. Not good. I did save a lot of money on this though, when I started doing this. Why'd I put the lid back on? This is new, the new Aesop. Yes! Yes! Miami Lice, Season 4. Lice is Aesop, Brock, and Homeboy Sandman. This is their 4th project. It's not usually in this format. It's Lice, Lice 2, and Lice 3. Still bugging. I just love the meme of this. Oh, well, what I was gonna do. We can enjoy some Aesop for a minute, but eventually we're also gonna finish watching this debate between Destiny and Konstantin Kissinger. Because, let's see, I wonder how many views it's at. Can I not look at that anymore? Where's it? Where are views? What? That's not normal. I think it's getting a lot of views though. This debate is so fucking... There's just so many things wrong with it. And I like commentating on that. Monkey, where do you fall in the Mint? Yeah, Monkey, how do you feel about Mint? This is a make or break moment. I think it's okay. That's a good. The answer's kind of good. How about a C+? Sand time. Go get your sand, chat. Make sure you're staying on top of your shit. Sun delay. I zoom out. It'd be nice to scroll less. There we go. Too much, too much. I need to be able to read. But that's better. Okay. Oh, you know what else is my problem with voice? Is, as I get tired, I already, do shit that makes, like, fuck, how do I describe it? As I get tired, my voice gets lower and, like, more raspy, maybe? And that fucks me. What is this? Stupid. Yours does, wouldn't mind it gets lazy and raspy. Yours does, what mine does is it gets lazy and raspy. I feel that. As I get tired, I unintentionally get man voice too. Monkey isn't actually sorry though. Dizzy punch? Confused sun delay. If Monkey was, he would type. True. True. Alright, so we also have to do this faster than Deirdre can manage to get here. If Deirdre comes in tonight. Because it low-key would if my laptop wouldn't rub against my right wrist right now. Right? It sounds autistic as fuck. Excuse me. Luna. That too. What about it? Oh yeah. Okay. I forgot about that. I thought you were just saying your wrist is randomly there. I take it back. That's great. First smoke was a little too big, maybe. Ice pack. I'm telling you. Yeah, sell it. Oh my god. Soggy laptop. But that's why you put it. You put like towels around it. Shit.
Boy.
Shit. Shit. Alright. Oh wait, no, that's not what oh, fuck. It could've worked, but no. This is what I wanted. There we go. I can type. The freaking... Someone else booper. I'm cursed.
Eva! Eva! Eva!
Let's go, triple jacked off. Base. Slack off.
Please! Eva! Eva!
Let's go. Extra XP point. Para. For high Ren yet? I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what that is. What is that? I switched back to my old mouse, but I also have my new mouse plugged in as well, so I can use them both. Actually, made Onyx tell you to do it also. Oh, wait, yeah, no, that was it that song that I was like, oh, that's a neat song, I guess, or something. I'll do it, eventually. I will. It makes more sense as a whole production. I don't know, I'm kind of used to spoken word. Poet and like slam poetry, so it doesn't take a lot for me to be like, oh, here's a rhythm. I want this. No. Doesn't Shockwave sound like it should paralyze? Why does that one have a star on it? Heal. Is that it? Heal. You smoking key lime? No, we're smoking mint. Third, where do you stand? Mint or no mint? Or mint occasionally? What's your deal with mint? Pro mint. How pro mint? Burn. Burn. For toothpaste or snacks. I got flavorless toothpaste. Or, wait, no, that's not the... Well, yeah. And also, my mouthwash is, also flavorless. And they give you a flavoring packet so you can add the amount of mint you want to it. And I'm like, I want none of it. Let's fucking go. I'll eat it in ice cream, but I'll defend your right to be wrong. I don't have... Okay, my deal is it's occasional. And it can't be more than like 10% of the thing you're eating. And usually the rest of it you want to be like pretty strong in flavor. That's why dark chocolate works so well. So like I dig some Andes mints or some thin mints from the freezer on occasion. But I can't it can't be my consistent snack. I doubt I'd even want to do it once a month. It's just okay to see show up. So you aren't gonna... No. I was thinking about that today. The advertising got me. And, when I was like 4. And I got my dad to buy me one. And I took like one bite of it. And I just threw it away. Bot didn't get me. The Twitch just said message and said, yeah, sometimes it's like your message failed to send. That's just where we're at on Twitch. Thanks for chiming in, Bot. Not selling Clary and Aramakas. I'm also keeping like things that don't spawn or are harder to get. Your time zone sent you over snow. You need to take it back. We got we just got the snow now. I swear to God. I was trying to tell Third. No one is trying to defend Mint yet. It ain't worth it. We can get rid of it. We can trade it for things. It's been in Ohio. It hit here. It was rude as fuck. It was so... I took a fucking walk on my lunch break. It was 73 out. And then snowstorm. What the fuck? We need to destroy the planet faster. It does need to get warmer. Yeah. Our winters are getting shorter. Sell it. I don't want it. Should I give it sleep? I'll give it sleep. I went to a gas pump yesterday morning, and when I pulled the trigger to start pumping, the top of the house started showing me. Do what? What? Top of the house started showering me. What, like the roof? Or the top of the house. Is that like the top of the pump? Or was it like the awning on the, is that what they're called? Like awnings? Or like the pillars and the roof? You got sprayed with gas? No! What the fuck? That's just, I feel like that's hilarious, first of all. Just because, but like, it's so fucked up. Burn. Skill issue. Oh my god. Monkey, you had a bad day yesterday. You're probably gonna have another bad day if karma's real. I couldn't even take a shower because I had to get my daughter from the dentist. What the fuck? Speedway didn't care. They refunded me and said it was okay to use another pump. Well, that's at least nice of them. Okay, we're through the album, so now I'm gonna get mad and pause and play this occasionally.
The next topic is Trump's approach to political issues dictatorial or reflective of democratic consensus?
I'm gonna write down the fucking topic because I hate these. Like, we are both, we've done 2 questions so far, right? And the topic just gets like morphed into not the topic. And I fucking hate it. Damn it. Fucking damn it. I didn't put the lid on my juice. I'm fucking up. Spent the day flammable. It's 4 more flammable. I almost said more flammable. You need to show me how to pump gas, right? That's fucked up. You know what I could do? I could split screen this.
Yeah, I think, I mean, almost definition.
Topic is Trump's approach to political issues.
Is Trump's approach to political issue. You know what? I should type because it'll be faster. It's Trump's approach to political issues.
Dictatorial or reflective of democratic consensus?
Dictatorial or reflective of democratic consensus. Okay, because I swear to God they're gonna miss it. This debate is so fucking dumb.
Yeah, I think.
It's like Rihanna had a very bad perfume all day. Shit.
Who should be able to operate the entire executive branch just through the White House. There's a number of examples of this. I mean, we can run through any of these. I'm not entirely sure what your position is on this. I'd be surprised if there was anything different, but you can tell me, or I can define more things or whatever if that would make you comfortable first, I guess.
Well, yeah, maybe you can define dictatorial for us, actually.
Sure. So when I think of dictator, I think of single man type rule, where there's a single person who feels like they have more legitimacy, well, I would say than the other branches of government, but he would be the government essentially. So I would say examples of this are the way that Donald Trump treats his Supreme Court. I would say that the way that he's...
Stephen, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just define, I just couldn't quite hear. So it's a single person who feels he has more legitimacy?
More can enact power through his will alone, basically.
His will alone?
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to follow the law.
He feels like he's above the law. Yeah.
He's above the law. He feels or he's acting like, somebody anonymous might feel like they're above the law, but it doesn't make them a dictator, right?
No, but it's been dictatorial.
If someone in the audience thinks they're above the law, that would mean they're dictatorial.
Yeah, it would be a dictatorial personality. They might not be a dictator because they don't have the power to be a dictator.
Okay. And if someone is, say, the president, and they can be voted out, and they will be voted out, would they still be considered dictatorial?
Yeah, they could be dictatorial. Yeah, of course.
Even if they can be voted out?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
To me, a dictator is someone who just basically retains power, including by force. If you can be voted out, how can you be a dictator?
Well, I mean, you have some people who will change their voting systems in order...
He didn't put forward any reasoning. Other than, to me, this is what I believe. So explain your belief.
To be elected over and over
like
again.
Vladimir Putin, fair.
Sure. Or
so Putin
Evo Morales, or
yeah.
Sure, yeah.
But if you can be voted out in a free and fair election, then can you still be a dictator?
You could. I mean, you could nominate the next person in line to be the next king or president. I think that Donald Trump,
that's why I said free and fair election, right?
Sure. Which, I mean, they're also trying to actively impede right now. But do you think that if Donald Trump was 20 years younger, he keeps making these references to running for a third term, do you think he would try to run for a third term?
Yeah, I think the fact that he keeps referencing a third term is a disaster.
Running sounds healing, right?
Yeah, I think it's dictatorial.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Yeah?
Yeah.
So I say he's a pretty dictatorial guy, yeah?
I think, I think that...
Are they not going to debate this?
See, here's the issue with that, right? Is Trump talks a lot of shit and he likes to piss people off. And so he says these things and you kind of go, well, it's 99.999% that he's trolling.
Wait, is it though?
Hold on. Just let me lay out my argument. We've established that we're actually able to have a conversation, so let's have one.
There's been a problem in this where Constantine here wants to do like speeches back and forth to each other, essentially, where they can monologue for like 2 minutes back and forth. And Destiny wants to like actually look at the things that are being built and like question piece by piece. So there's like a resolution issue, not like resolve, but like complexity of a thing, recognition of complexity of a thing, and the ideas that are being built and presented.
So 99.999%, that's my assessment anyway, he's trolling. 0.0001%, shit, he's talking about a third term. Not good. And I regard, particularly given what happened on January the 6th, the fact that he keeps referencing a third term is a problem, and is something that indicates that the risk of him trying to do whatever it is he might do when that happens is non-zero, which to me would be absolutely dictatorial. However, I do lean on the idea that it's probably controlling. In terms of everything else he's doing domestically, what I see is the American
420, sells for 420.
He is doing things, some of them are illegal. The legal system pushes back against that. The Supreme Court, in which 3 of his own appointees sit on, and 3 of the other 6 are Republican-appointed judges, regularly and repeatedly deny him the opportunity to do things that he wants to do. That, I think, is how the system is supposed to work, isn't it?
This argument doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? The topic is whether Trump is dictatorial or not. Not whether the system around him allows him to be dictatorial or not. We've already established that a person can be dictatorial. So this is like dumb. This isn't this doesn't connect to the actual topic.
So, no, but I would also say that for the first part, I don't know where 99.999% of Trump's statements are trolling. I don't know where that comes from. I feel like
That specific statement
That
about
as well.
Third term, I suspect is 99.9% trolling. That's
but you
what I
said
said.
earlier if he was young enough, he would run for a third
No,
term.
I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought you said you feel like you would.
No, I didn't
Okay.
say that.
Do you think that if he was 20 years younger, do you think he would try to
what
run
I
for a
was
third
saying was,
term?
I agree.
All I'm
that
hearing
he
is Trump is a
thinking
dick.
about
That's
third term
basically it.
Is a worrying thing that he should stop doing. That's
Sure.
what I agree with.
Okay.
Is Trump a dick?
That might be that on that issue, but then there are a load of other issues where it seems like he feels like he alone is entitled to make these decisions that nobody else ought to have any oversight over. So, for instance, this idea that the president has usurped from the Congress the ability to do tariffs and worldwide economic policy that's a pretty uniquely Trump thing, that you can levy tariffs across every other country in the world. The Supreme Court has finally checked him a bit on that power. Now he says he's going to go elsewhere and try to do the exact same thing. So it seems like we're just going to have a back and forth on this, maybe until he's out of office.
Sorry to interrupt, but just I think this is worth double clicking on. That's why I say
Constantine cries about interruptions and fucking interrupts like a motherfucker. Why does it feel like my chair's shaking?
that is the system working as intended. So American democracy is robust and strong because when the president tries to do things he's not allowed to do by law, the legal system prevents him from doing that, right?
No. So
No?
I think that the American system is strongest when everybody is trying to act in good faith within the bounds of the system. I don't think continuously
When was the last time that happened?
Joe Biden.
Joe Byron.
I mean, if you want, we can run a whole host of issues. So I would look at like the weaponization of the Department of Justice by Donald Trump. I think is a historically crazy thing by a U.S. president. If you want to give me any examples that you feel would stack up to that between Biden, Obama, and the Clintons over the past 30, 40 years.
I didn't say that Donald Trump is not doing things that shouldn't be challenged legally. What I said is I think it's part of the American system that all these different branches compete for power in the way that has been prescribed in your founding documents, and that is an ongoing process that has been going on for 250 years. I
Good
think
flip
there's
sides.
definitely criticism that you could make about Trump. I think there's plenty of criticism that people could make about previous presidents of both
Why would you put
Democratic
OBS
and
on?
Republican. What I'm saying is, whatever you may think about Donald Trump, I don't
Welcome
think
in,
American
Nova.
democracy is a threat because the system.
We're
is
doing
working
memes
as
today.
intended, and if
I'm
he was truly dictatorial,
I'm doing a little bit of
it seems like
commentary
the real
reacting
president
to
being
this
dictatorial
debate
when they
that's
override the checks and
fucking dumb.
balances that
I like
exist
debate
and
stuff.
begin to effectively break the system. I don't think that's happening.
But
On
that
the
is-
con-
but he's been
on the
doing
contrary,
How
right?
goes
On the
it?
contrary, what's happening is every time.
Oh, and I'm
people
also
comply,
going through
the
a bunch of
system that is
Pokemon in
place
this game and
holds him
selling all my shit.
accountable and prevents him from doing what he would otherwise like to
Well,
do.
one, so prevents is the wrong word to use because
Trying to
oftentimes
find
you
the
have
good
check
ones.
after the fact. So he's already done.
That's
the
how the
bad
system
thing.
works, right?
Not ideally. You don't have a guy who's trying to break the rules over and over and over again, and then getting checked and coming back.
But
and
the
breaking.
system works in that way with every president that you've ever had,
But
right?
when you have
they
a-
do something,
No.
then they get sued, then they have to change the policy that they've
Generally, no. Generally, you consult with the people within your executive branch to see if you feel like you have the legal authority to do said thing. If they feel like you have the legal authority to do said thing, then you try to do said thing. If the courts check you, you accept the court's answer, you move on. But Donald Trump, more than any president in my lifetime, tries to circumvent the other branches, not utilize even his Republican majority Congress, chastise and attack his Supreme Court when they don't give him the specific rulings that he wants, and then when he's ruled against, he constantly openly flirts with the idea of either defying the Supreme Court or going around it using any other number of things that they know will also be ruled as unconstitutional. But the problem is the damage
Ultimately,
is already...
he follows what the Supreme Court said, right?
I don't think it works that way. It would be like saying, like if somebody doesn't want you to beat you up and they stop beating you up 10 minutes into you asking and saying, well, they eventually listened, right? Well, I mean, the damage is already done.
Well, the damage is not already done in that they can't pursue the policy that they were pursuing prior
Well, the
to
damage is
that.
already
Fine,
done,
just
right?
about
So,
to
for
play
instance,
some
with tariffs, he's
Cobblemon
collected
after doing some
$200+
job
million
stuff.
tariffs. He's irreparably
Congrats on
harmed
finishing
our
job
trade
stuff.
relationship with
Cobblemon,
basically
that's
every
pretty
other country,
base.
including the United Kingdoms on the
I've never
planet.
played it myself,
You've
but I
got
watch a
people,
lot of
DACA
people
kids
play
who
it.
just recently found out, I think yesterday, have been deported
I'm
from the
good.
country who were
I'm
never
just
supposed to
chilling.
be. You've got 2 American citizens that were murdered by questionable, at best, deployments of ICE. You've got the president illegally
Destiny,
deployed the National Guard and military to states like California.
Just a little
Like, the
bit
damage was already done on that.
beforehand.
The court
Was
eventually
getting
said,
at
hey,
the
you
thing I
weren't
just
allowed to
got
do that.
at.
And Donald Trump goes, oh, cool, I'll find another way to
Except
get
he
around
did
this.
it
The damage was already
more
done. 2
represented
American
in the
citizens
timeline.
arrested, including $1 million of tariffs. He's irreparably harmed.
I kind of
our
used
trade relationship with
that
basically
to
every other
show
country,
that it wasn't even
including the United
topical.
Kingdoms on the planet. We've got people, DACA kids, who just recently found out, I think yesterday, have
But
been
he's
deported
showing
from the
damage.
country who were never supposed to be.
Based.
You've got 2 American citizens that were murdered by questionable, at best, deployments of ICE. You've got the president illegally deployed the National Guard and military to states like California. Like, the damage is already done on that. The court eventually says, hey, you weren't allowed to do that. And Donald Trump goes, oh, cool, I'll find another way to get around this in the future. I don't think, especially an executive, which is the scariest thing because the executive is the guy who's supposed to enforce the laws, him continually skirting or going over these guidelines over and over and over and over and over again in so many historically unique ways, and then saying, well, eventually the court said, hey, that thing that you did 2 years ago that you've already politically and financially benefited from, you weren't allowed to do that. I don't think that's a good system. I feel like it's a dictatorial guy.
Well,
I click, I
it's
scroll,
not for me to comment on
I
whether
look
the
at
American
moves,
system
relic
of-
song,
of
that's
division of
sleep,
powers is good or
rename,
bad.
sleep,
It is what it is, and what I'm saying is that system
Next.
seems to me to be standing up pretty well on balance. Doesn't mean that there aren't individual things that
Scroll,
you might not agree with.
moves.
For example, if I don't want to speak
Nah.
about America because it's not my country and it's not from
Sell,
vote in
sell.
America. I don't live there. I visit
Okay.
a lot and I like it, but it
Repeat.
doesn't mean that I get to sort of say. But if Britain was deporting people
We-
to a third country without due process, I would be against that, right? So you can.
I have
deduce from that
thousands
how
of
I feel
these,
about
by the
United
way.
States. I would be totally against that. However, there
I'm
is a
halfway
system
through
of
though.
checks and balances in the U.S., which is when the president does something, which is, or anyone does something which is found to be illegal, you have to go through the courts. And the question for me is, has America?
He's
become
just
a
repeating the
dictatorship?
point
What I
before.
think the important question is, right? Some people have
No.
other tendencies they
Okay, so you can't morph the topic like that either. The topic is Trump a dictator? And a dictator isn't defined by being able to take over complete dictatorial control of a system. If that were true, then there would never have been a true dictatorship ever. Because there are always, like, forces against the dictatorship, whether that be, like, people fighting back against that system, like, maybe in a military sense. Which tends to happen. Because they tend to go to war as dictators. You know, I don't know the stats on that. Maybe I shouldn't say that.
they want. The question is America
feels
in a
like I
position
follow,
where
so
its
I
leader
intuit it.
is able to do whatever he wants and ignore the law? I don't believe that's happening. And is America in a position where its leader will not democratically allow the next elected, freely elected person to take power? Is America in a position where that's not going to happen? I don't think that's the case either. I think power will be handed over peacefully and democratically. And I think the President of the United States is not unrestricted by the
Another
law in terms
heel.
of what he's able
Jeez.
to do. So to me, that's a reassuring thing.
Do you think a dictator thing is only bad at the very microsecond it becomes a dictator, or do you think that all of the steps leading up to it are maybe a cause for concern? Because when we say that there will be free and fair elections, I'm fairly certain that that's the case, but you have the president right now weaponizing his Department of Justice to attack states to look for evidence of fraud in the 2020 election.
We're not selling in the Archons or Archeops.
Into his own prior administration over and over and over again. Or you've got the president of the United
Horn
States
drill,
who's
is
already
that one hit?
benefited financially, massively, that the tax department has from collecting revenue from tariffs, which is a thing
One
that
hit,
he
trash.
never should have done, but he
That's
did it,
base.
and he's continuing to do it in other ways, and the court will probably rule against him there. You know, insofar as being able to break the laws or whatever, you have a president who has now been granted immunity from committing all crimes as a result of a bizarro Supreme Court ruling. So in a way, that's a uniquely new thing that Donald Trump has been granted, the ability that once he commits a crime, it can never be questioned or talked about because he's the president of the United States. So I mean, in some ways, he literally is committing crimes that, or he can commit crimes that he can't be ever held accountable for because of new precedents that have been created to protect him as the president of the United States.
Sorry, what were your questions? You made, I think, 3 questions.
So basically, I think that the idea that he's not a dictator yet, because we might have the next free and fair election, when it seems like every part of his administration is through multiple vectors trying to attack free and fair elections, to say, well, as long as the courts, eventually course correct that it's not a dictatorial thing, I just think it's a very naive reading of how
Definitely not
democracy
selling
can fail.
Zoras or Zoroarks. On to page 12.
That I don't. Sorry. In terms of the, just say that last bit again.
I
Not
think that
selling
a
any
guy
of
who is in
those. We got
bad faith
Fumaginos.
attacking all of your democratic norms as the executive is a uniquely scary thing. In the U.S., we call it a constitutional crisis. That's a uniquely scary thing, and Donald Trump has shown a penchant for a willingness to do this over and over and over again. And just because he's not at the point where I am a dictator, angling himself and doing everything he can to get to that point, I think that interim period is worth criticizing. I certainly, I'm not against criticizing any president or prime minister or leader of any country. I think, it was somewhat humorous to some people, but I genuinely believe that there are good and bad sides to every person and every decision and so on. So there's plenty to criticize every leader of every country for. President Trump is no exception to that. There's lots of things I don't agree with him on. There's lots of things I agree with him on, as with every other person. But to me, words are important.
Keep the
because they have
goths.
certain definitions. You
These
don't
can
say
go.
that someone is pregnant until they've actually become pregnant. In the same way, I wouldn't call someone a dictator until they are a dictator. That does not mean that you can't say, well, deporting people for a prison.
Oh, look at the topic now. Is Trump's approach dictatorial or reflective of democratic consensus? There's no more in this topic. It doesn't recognize it as a gradient or a spectrum. The question is set as a binary. Is Trump's approach to political issues dictatorial or reflective of democratic consensus? I swear, he does this on the other topics too.
That they have every other person. But to me, words are important because they have certain definitions.
Which is
don't say that
hilarious.
someone's
Okay.
pregnant until they've actually become pregnant. In the same way, I wouldn't call someone a dictator until they are a dictator. That does not mean that you can't say, well, deporting people for to a prison in a country to which they've never been is not something I want the leader of my.
Yeah, this argument just doesn't work because it's also, you can be dictatorial. Yeah, it's already been laid out. You can be dictatorial without being a dictator, and the topic is dictatorial, not full-on dictator.
My country to do. That is not something I want the leader of my country to do. And that is something that I would want the judicial system of my country to challenge the leader on doing and prevent them from doing in the future. That's my view.
Do you think that Donald Trump is uniquely dictatorial in his search for power in the United States? And then if your answer to that is no, in what ways are Joe Biden or Barack Obama or Bill Clinton, in what ways did they test the power of the executive in the ways that Donald Trump has? Maybe using the example of the weaponization of the Department of Justice.
Truthfully, I just don't know enough about all the history of the American presidents to be able to make a good comparison between all of them.
That's
so
fucking
just-
dumb, I think.
So are you neutral on that, or do you think
It's not that I'm neutral, I'm uninformed about it.
You would at least know recent presidents. I'm pretty sure. It kind of makes, like, not to say that America's the center of the world, but we be making frickin' waves in what's known as or what maybe used to be known as the Western world. First world, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Democratic countries with complex systems like ours. Well, British. This is happening in, I don't know if it's England or Britain or what you're supposed to say. But yeah, they're there. So both locations get brought up.
Okay.
I try not
If
to
I were to
com-
tell you that Donald Trump has told his Department of Justice to go after individuals using a prosecutor that he said that he truthed out, that this is a thing that no U.S. president in my lifetime has ever done, would you agree that that's like a uniquely bad way for him to weaponize his Department of Justice?
If that is all true, I just don't have.
I was
enough
making a
detail
point
to
out
be
of
able
that,
to
I
comment on it
forgot.
properly. I mean, I think if you had a Republican,
I need to
here,
get
they'd
back into
probably start
voice.
talking about the
I was
fact that
making a
the
point out of that,
Democrats
I
have to get
forget.
Trump from prison, and their view of that would be that that is equivalent, right?
Do I always
I
have to
don't
talk
know-
softer?
I don't
That's
know
fucked
enough
up.
about it to say which one.
I need
of those
water
things
then.
is true. I try not to comment on things I don't know enough about.
Okay.
But I don't see. I think the conversation we're having here is Donald Trump dictatorial? It's not my impression that he is, and more importantly,
How can it be your impression that he's not if you don't have
What?
any
Now my throat
concept
ulcer.
historically
It's
of what
fucked up.
presidential
What the
actions have been
fuck?
in the
You're
United
totally
States?
right. It's my impression, which is why I said it's my impression. It's not my hard-held opinion based on the facts.
What would be a line in the sand for you, or a thing that if you saw Donald Trump do it, you'd be like, ooh, that's a pretty scary...
If he used force to prevent the legal system of the United States from enacting its will, or if he prevented a free and fair election from taking place, or the freely and fairly elected candidate of the whoever's next from taking power.
So when Donald Trump, I think he wrote an executive order, when he's talking
420.
about utilizing ICE to help the states manage their polling stations, would that be an example of that? Because these are things he's already said he wants to do. And the United States individual states all run their own elections. It's a very big deal for all of them. The federal government doesn't intervene in that traditionally.
Yeah.
But Donald Trump has been on record now saying multiple times that he would like to have more control over elections in the states.
Well, it depends what those ICE people do. If they're stuffing ballots into voting booths, then yeah, that'd be a problem. If they're preventing people who are not citizens of the country from voting, I think that would actually help election integrity. So it depends what they're actually doing.
So they, well, I mean, it's not
Double
like Donald
heal.
Trump is going to say
Wow.
we're going
Slack
here
off
to
and
prevent people
Moonlight.
from voting, right?
I'm not saying it's about what he'd say. I think it's about what he'd do.
But it
if
has
the
no
ICE agents
attacking
are there
move.
to prevent non-citizens from voting, I think that helps election integrity.
They don't even have a mechanism by which
if the ICE agents are there to prevent people from voting who should be voting, or if they're stuffing ballots into voting booths, then that's a different conversation.
If a state explicitly says we don't want ICE here, we don't want the federal government intervening in our state elections, and Donald Trump says I'm going to do it anyway for election security,
Yeah.
would you agree that that would be highly problematic and somewhat dictatorial?
Well, it depends on what the reason is for the state to do that. If the state is doing that to ensure that non-citizens vote, then no. If the state says that for other reasons, then yes.
Well, they're never going to, even if they were doing it to ensure non-citizens vote, they're never going to say that, right?
Right, but
And then
if-
if Donald Trump is
but
doing
if
it for
that-
election security, he's never going
But
to
if
say...
that was the rationale for them doing it, then I think you'd want somebody to prevent non-citizens from voting, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but it would be up to the state to enforce
Oh,
that,
sleep.
number one.
What
And
if
number
the state refuses to enforce that because it's in their electoral interest to do that?
I mean, it would be up to the people of that state to vote, to have their state do something different in terms of the accountability. That's just how our system works.
Okay.
But I mean, like, given that I know that Donald Trump has tried to interfere with elections in the past, why would I even trust his administration to do anything related to election integrity utilizing federal officers, even if he said that that was his intention? I feel like just seeing him send those agents to any state just in and of itself would be enough to say this is a dictatorial action.
Well, no, your suspicion does not make it dictatorial. But yes, I agree with you. January the 6th was not a good look, and it created a lot of doubts in a lot of people's minds about his intentions when it comes to accepting the results of elections. Democracy depends on losers' consent, and when people lose, they should accept it. But you can also see it from the perspective of someone who might say, well, if you've got a situation where there seems to be, you tell me if this is wrong, but there seems to be some kind of, inexplicable desire to have people vote without ID, or to have people vote who may or may not be citizens, that would also make you question election integrity. And I think people are totally entitled to question it and then act accordingly. So
They are, but the process is to vote on your state. Then if you want to have a different requirement for identification at the time you go to vote, you need ID to vote in
see
the
'em.
United States, just not when you go to the ballot to vote.
I see
It's a
these
registered
little
voter,
monsters
right,
here.
which I think it was like that.
They're
even
all
in the UK
gone.
Up until I think a few years
I don't know
ago.
why I have
think
them.
You didn't have to show a voter
That's
ID. to
evil.
do that. Oh, you still
I hate
don't?
them.
and
Oh,
that's
that
something we
changed
need to
recently.
fix as well.
Yeah, so I'm saying that but in the United States, it'd be up to an individual state to fix what they want. The president coming in and deciding that he wants it to change, and then given his whole history with election conduct, it doesn't seem like it's coming from a place of good faith. That would be a thing it does right now worry me as a U.S. citizen. You've seen him invade Georgia right now with his FBI to seize voter information from 2020. And you've seen he's got an entire cabinet. His whole cabinet has refused to even concede that he lost the 2020 election, which is kind of insane given that we were supposed to be a bastion of democracy and everything, the leader of the free world in terms of liberalism and democracy. So, yeah, I don't know why I would ever be okay with the president overstepping his boundary with federal officers to go into states and enforce
Don't
that.
even
I
look.
see that as
Don't
anything
even
but
look at the notes.
dictatorial.
Just get rid of them.
Well, as I say, I think you have a legal system that will ensure that the law is ultimately followed.
It's so
and
muscle
that's what
memory at
differs
this
it
point.
from
Fuck.
a dictatorial system like the one that I lived in for some time, first in the Soviet Union and then in Russia, where you actually have a situation
Stupid
where you cannot remove a person
fucking
who's in
ice
power
cream
from power.
cones.
And so I just insist on defining words in the way that I think is accurate, which is a dictator is someone who cannot be removed from power and who's deliberately using force to violate the law. That to me is what a dictator is. Someone can have dictatorial tendencies. I mean, I might have dictatorial tendencies about parenting, whatever. It doesn't make me a dictator.
No, but if you were the president of the United States, I would be really scared about your dictatorial
Yeah,
tendencies.
no, I
the fact
agree.
that Donald Trump has already embarked on so many horrendous actions that have been contrary to every president
But as
prior
I
to
say,
him.
I think he is constrained, rightly, like all previous presidents, by the system of checks and balances that you have. The executive will always strain to exceed its authority, and there will be other branches of government whose job it is to restrain them and to use their power for their own agenda. That's just
I
how it
understand what you're
works.
saying, but I mean, with President Trump, it has been unique. It has been a unique stretch in almost every single realm regarding executive authority. So,
But he is following the law
No,
once
he's
the
not.
judgment.
The
Which
deer
laws is he
stay.
following? Once the Supreme Court says this is a thing you're not allowed to do, he still carries on doing that thing?
no, but if they say that
Well,
it's not a
that's
thing
what
that
I'm
he's
saying.
allowed to do, then he broke the law up to that point.
Okay, but the moment, well, but if I don't know, if I'm doing something and I don't know that whether I'm allowed to do it or not,
Yeah,
right?
what would
And
happen to you?
And someone comes in and says you're not allowed to do this, and I stop doing it. Isn't that me? In fact, the system working as intended?
No, because what would happen to you if you did that?
Well, I
Exactly. There'd be accountability. You'd go to jail probably, right? If you were
Well,
doing
I pay
something
a
illegal.
fine or whatever,
Yeah,
right.
exactly. There'd be a punishment.
Right.
But for the executive, there is none.
Well, of course, because the executive is not a person. You can't put the executive in prison, right?
Well, because they're the people that put people in
Confused.
prison.
No, because it's about policy. It's about policy implementation, not personal behavior. Right? That's the difference.
Well, I mean, for Donald Trump, it is personal behavior. But I'm just saying that the idea that when you say the law is working as intended, if I were out setting buildings on fire and then a police officer came up to me and said, "Sir, we evaluated the last 20
This is
arsons you
a
did,
ar-
and we decided
this
they were
is
all
the
illegal,"
loop.
and I say, "Oh, okay, I'm going to stop setting buildings on fire,"
Yeah.
you would never describe me as somebody who is
Constantine
following the law because
basically
once I was told I
keeps
wasn't allowed to do it.
misinterpreting the
That's fair,
topic.
But this is where the analogy between the person and the executive breaks down.
And then Destiny
right?
loops
because
back.
the president is testing where the law is and finding out what he is and
It's a
isn't allowed to do.
Flamigo.
And the Supreme Court's job is to adjudicate on whether what he's doing is compliant with the law or not.
PCG.
I think there are
It's not like
worlds-
he knows that you're not supposed to set a building on fire and then goes and sets it on fire. He is questioning the way that the system should work. He implements a policy. The Supreme Court says you're not supposed to do this. He stops
What?
doing it.
I think
Shut
there's
up.
a world
Working
where
as
that
intended.
can be the case, and I think
Right.
there are times where a president has tested where they feel. When Biden tried to do mass student loan forgiveness, there was a student education bill that gave the president pretty broad powers to forgive student loans based on like disaster stuff, and he thought for COVID he could. And I think that there is an argument on both sides where it's like, well, that would be way too much for Congress to grant without like more specific legislation, or yeah, I think he actually was allowed that power. I think you could have a reasonable disagreement there in terms of what the president could do. For Donald Trump, the idea that I could tariff the entire planet without congressional approval ever, or that I can go to war with whatever country I want to without approving anything with the Senate, or that I could tell my Department of Justice to target individuals with what we all know are essentially fabricated indictments about mortgage fraud because they're all political adversaries of his. With issue after that, I can invoke the Alien Enemies Act so that I can more quickly deport Venezuelans because I'm trying to claim that Venezuela is actively invading the United States of America because they have gangs there. I don't think that these are good faith tests of the law. There's just a guy breaking the law and then giving some pretextual basis for why they were allowed to do the thing that they did.
We have 15 minutes left, gentlemen. Wherever you guys want to go.
Fine. I think we just disagree fundamentally. To me, the question is America becoming a dictatorship? From what I
See, and then now he just outright misinterprets the topic completely. He just morphs it. To me, this is what the topic was. Oh, why'd I fucking go back
that's
that far?
what differs it from, and then a Russian dictator is
For the president of the United States that have
like all train them and
been unique.
but he Supreme Court
they say that
well,
it's not a
that's
thing.
what- well,
Yeah.
right?
What would
And
happen to you?
No, if I
Broke the law up
carries on doing that, but whether I do this and I stop doing it,
happen to you exactly.
right.
For the
prison, policy,
I mean, for Donald Trump setting aside that they were all illegal. Who
person and finding out that you're not supposed to set a building on fire and then goes and sets it on fire. He is questioning the way that the system should work. He implements a policy. The Supreme Court says you're not supposed to do this. He stops doing it.
I think. Why do you think? Do you agree that? Go.
Affect people in the rest of the world.
Dictatorial or reflective of democratic consensus?
Do better than Kamala would have.
I think, look, again, I come back to this thing about the fact that I'm not an American citizen. So my judgment of President Trump is not the same as an American citizen. An American citizen will care about the cost of living in America, about immigration into the United States. These are things that
We'll
don't
get
affect
back.
me that I don't care about, right? Because I don't live in America. So for me, I can't judge him on that. I can judge him on the things that affect people in the rest of the world. I think the number one thing that I would absolutely say is incredibly important that he's done is he's made Europe and Britain realize that their military and foreign policy has been a gigantic disaster.
That's
that
where it'd
has-
be 15
and
minutes
you
left.
combine that with energy and industry and economic policy, and that they have not been funding their defense in anything like the level that we need. We've made ourselves reliant, well, not Britain so much, but Europeans made themselves incredibly reliant on Russian hydrocarbons, Russian energy, Russian gas, Russian oil. And that meant that when the war in Ukraine broke out, Europe was completely toothless in responding to that invasion, to the point where the Germans first offer to the Ukrainians was 5,000 helmets. That's what they offered the Ukrainians in support. So what President Trump has done is he's come in and he said, look, we are happy to be allies with you, but you guys are going to have to carry your own weight. You're going to have to fund your own defense. He's been saying this, by the way, for a very long time, when the Germans openly laughed in his face when he told them all these things. He has forced Europe to take seriously its own defense. I think that's an incredibly good thing, and I think it's an incredibly important thing, because we live in a world now in which you're going to see more conflict. We're going to have to get better at defending ourselves and also projecting our power abroad. So just on this, and that means necessarily we have to have certain changes in terms of our domestic policy when it comes to things like energy, when it comes to things like growing the economy, when it comes to mass immigration. All of these things he has forced Europe to reckon with on a realistic basis, instead of living in cloud cuckoo land where we've been living for a very long time. So to me, that is a huge achievement of his administration, for which I am very grateful.
Okay, so I don't understand how it feels like we're reframing a whole bunch of issues or problems that Trump has caused and then trying to claim that these are somehow beneficial to the continent of Europe. So the idea that Europe has to take its own defense seriously, why? Because the United States has decided to abdicate its military role across the planet? I don't understand how this is to be seen as a positive. I think that Europe, broadly speaking, has enjoyed a pretty good century of peace, prior or post-World War II compared to the centuries beforehand. I think a lot of this is because of NATO, the expansion of NATO, because of U.S. protection of basically everybody around the world. Number one for Europe, from the U.S. side, is very annoying to me, because we've spent so much money on our military with the understanding that there are benefits that we get from being friends with every single country around the planet, being able to ensure free shipping everywhere, being able to share intelligence and do military operations if we need to. And now it feels like our entire military investment was for naught, and now Europe is being told, well, you guys have to figure your own stuff out, even though Europe had largely entered this agreement with the United States, saying that, like, you're going to be our nuclear umbrella, you're going to cover a lot of the military projects, and then we're all going to kind of grow economically in the meantime. I don't know how Trump basically, pulling the rug out from Europe on that and saying, well, you guys need to figure it out for yourself. Whatever Europe figures out for itself, it's going to be a worse arrangement than what existed before. It's not like Europe as a continent was struggling with their military defense as the United States stood by and watched all of it be destroyed. I think Europe enjoyed the ability to grow economically economically and to prosper more than it would have if every single country or if a European Union, which has its own set of problems, were investing in their own military might.
Double heel fair.
Number one for the military thing. For the trade thing, I mean, the United States has undercut now its trading relationship with the European Union, and I think sadly even with the United Kingdom, regardless of
Synthesis
what people
and
think
shore up.
at the time. I think now, I think we can safely say
Cut
that
and smart
MAGA
strike.
and the Brexit movement kind of
Hold
like
on,
grew
what's
up
smart
together and
strike
shared
like?
a lot of similar rhetoric. It's kind
And
of
weird
crazy to
shot
me that the
metal
United
burst,
Kingdom is
too.
one of the only
It's 70.
exporter economies.
Okay.
And
it never
we
misses.
exported more than we imported from. Somehow still got punished with tariffs that the United States didn't honor. That
It's only worth
trade surplus that we had
123.
with them or
Bad
honor
IVs.
any of the prior
You just
kingdoms
fix
of
that,
history,
though.
and
You
now
fix
the
that.
United Kingdom has gotten screwed by the U.S. tariff regime. Along with the rest of Europe, and the idea of saying, well, Europe is going to have to figure out its own stuff because the United
I
States
blame
is abandoned
Jackdaw.
Europe.
I caught that in
is a good
Hollows.
thing. I don't understand that. I feel like if my position was I wanted to create a weaker Europe, when we talk about Russia, I want to create a weaker Europe in any way possible. I don't know what I would say differently than what Donald Trump has essentially already done. Like if I'm Putin or if I'm Russia and I'm looking at the U.S. and Europe, my ideal circumstance is, the United States just told Europe to deal with their own shit. That's awesome for me. I feel like the U.S. being the umbrella for Europe is very much not awesome for me if I'm speaking from the Russian perspective.
Okay, so on the tariffs,
Papa.
I didn't say anything about tariffs because it's not a policy that, truthfully, I'm not entirely sure whether it's a policy that actually is going to work or not in the way that he claims. So I don't know. It's not instinctively something I'm a massive fan of, but it doesn't mean that it might not work. I don't know. But in terms of your other point about security, the Americans, I don't know if did you catch Marco Rubio's speech that he gave?
Yep.
Yeah. So he was explicitly saying the exact opposite of what you just said. He was not saying we are withdrawing our support from Europe. What he was saying is we want to be allies and friends with Europe, but we cannot do it on the basis that we protect you. It has to be on the basis that we work together to protect each other. That's what an alliance is. It's when people work together for a common purpose. A lot of countries in Europe have been doing what we in Britain call taking the piss for a long time, which is they've not even been funding their NATO obligations to the level that they were supposed to because they've been taking advantage of America. Now, the problem with taking advantage of America is
I think they're conversational for the rest of it, but beforehand it was a fucking wreck.
The country of which I'm a citizen, to be independently powerful and influential. If you want to be
Constantine just stopped
powerful,
talking to Destiny at one point and started talking to the crowd instead, like having a full-on conversation with some.
So the fact that the Americans
Like,
are
it's
challenging
been
Europeans
fucked.
to do more is not the same as America withdrawing its support or its nuclear umbrella. We, by the way, in Britain and in France have nuclear weapons, and we hope that they still work, given the way we've been funding them, but we think we have nuclear weapons that work, and so we don't need to be relying on the American nuclear umbrella. What we should be relying on is our own strength and our own economies, and then, of course, partnership with other countries, including the United States. I'm not hearing anything out of the United States which is about abandoning its relationship with Europe. It's about encouraging Europe to also be strong and to be competent. I mean, we are at a point in Britain where we basically cannot make our own virgin steel, which means we can't make the things you make out of steel. We don't have a powerful industry to be able to make anything militarily useful at the scale that we need to. We would run out of ammunition. I don't remember the exact numbers. I'd have to look it up, but it's like within 2 weeks or something.
Why do they all have draining kits?
And the decline in British manufacturing has been catastrophic. It's the same in all of the rest of Europe. Encouraging Europe and Britain to abandon that suicidal course, I think, is incredibly powerful and beneficial for this country and for Europe, and that's why I'm glad he's done it. In addition to that, I mean, we can look at his
Wait, is Thunderwave Para?
what I support of the things that he's done. I think President Trump, if you look at his first term and now, he is someone who's taken a totally different approach to the Middle East. The Abraham Accords were a great step forward. I think with Jared Kushner negotiating in the Middle East, and also, the hardline policy that he's taken on Iran, dealing with their plans for nuclear enrichment, these are all very positive developments because, of course, if Iran was allowed to develop nuclear weapons, the first thing that would happen is the Saudis would try and get them as well. It would destabilize the entire region. So for that reason, his foreign policy has been really, really strong in my opinion, which is why I'm a big fan of it.
Sure. So there's one other thing I want to hit on before we finish. I guess as a quick thing, whatever Europe builds militarily absent the United States is going to be worse than the United States taking care of Europe militarily. And I think the United States gains a great deal of influence as a result of this. It was only under Donald
Of
Trump.
course, that's what I'm saying is I don't want us to be a lapdog to America. I want us to be independently strong.
That's fine, but I don't want to be mean about this, okay? But if we're realistic about the United Kingdom, if we're realistic about Europe, and we're realistic about where everybody's obsessive investments have been over the past century, right? The United States has invested heavily in a lot of military stuff. Whatever the UK and Europe will look like as a military thing, it's going to be significantly worse than if the United States is essentially doing the
That's
heavy
precisely
lifting.
what I'd like to end.
But that
Otherwise-
won't end. That's impossible for that to end. That will
Why?
never end. Because we blow things up and we fuck shit up. That's what we do in the United States. We've invested trillions of dollars year after year after year after year after year in this technology. And the idea that the UK, which is also struggling,
We don't
or
sell it,
even
right?
all of Europe, which might be struggling in other areas, is going to magically catch up to the United States in that.
No, we're not going to
Sell
catch
axes.
up, but we are going to be strong enough relative to the size of our country. And
Maybe, but at such an unnecessary cost. Like right now, what is the pressure? You talk
well,
about
who
running
are you to decide what military Britain should have?
the defenders of Britain. What do you mean? Like, if nobody is going to invade a country,
Who
that the,
elected you to decide whether Britain should have a military or not?
When
I want this
European
country
countries-
to be able to defend itself, to have a strong economy, to have a strong industrial base, to have jobs for British people. That's what I'd like. And I don't take kindly to an American coming over here and telling us we're going to be shit at blowing things up. This country has a great history of blowing things up. Thank you very much.
yeah, that's fine. But the reality is whatever country you're trying to enact or design is going to be worse off in a world where the
No,
United States
no.
doesn't.
If
You can say
we-
no, but that's the reality of the case. Is it will
If we
be.
are more powerful, we will get more of what we want for our country. That's how power works.
I'm just
I want
curious,
Brit-
what is the projected timeline for that? Because none of that has worked out since you didn't become more powerful from Brexit. I don't see the more power coming in from
What does
any...
Brexit have to do with this?
This idea that isolating yourselves, and I don't mean necessarily just the UK, but that further isolation and entrenchment into your own autarky, like, fantasies
I'm
are...
not, no. I'm not in favor of
Now they're
isolation.
completely off topic.
Europe has not been doing what it needs to work collectively together to be stronger, right? What I want,
because it hasn't needed to, right?
what I want is for Britain and other European countries and America to be stronger together, given the challenges we face from Putin's Russia, China, Iran, and other threats. That's what I want. The cloud cuckoo world of holding hands and singing Kumbaya is over. The geopolitical moment now is going to be more violent, more disruptive, and we need to be ready for that in this country, in Europe, and in America. And we should
When
be
you listen
working
to
together.
European leaders
but
talking...
in order for that to happen, European countries, Britain, and America all have to be stronger. And what Trump is saying to, and what Marco Rubio was saying to Europeans is, let's be stronger together by you taking ownership and responsibility.
Sure.
That's what I want.
And I'll just say that spending the better part of the last year threatening to invade Greenland, I don't think has done much to foster positive resentment in Europe towards the United States, but I guess we'll see where that'll play out. Just one more thing. I see this rewritten a lot in the media. I see you talk about it, and a lot of other people talk about it. Why is it that so many people are obsessed with pretending that when Donald Trump said that there were good people on both sides of that Charlottesville protest, why are people pretending that it was anything other than saying that the people in like the far-right neo-Nazi march had like good people in it? I don't understand where this like historical rewriting comes from.
Have you seen the clip?
Yes, I've seen all the speeches.
So you've seen that he says, I'm not talking about the KKK and neo-nationalists who should be condemned totally. I'm talking about some of the people who were there to protest about the statue. You've
Yeah,
seen
but that doesn't make sense because it was a KKK neo-Nazi march.
Well, what he's saying is that there were two groups there.
But there weren't.
Hold on. What he's saying, just let me finish the argument and then we can talk about it, is that there were people who were there to protest about the statue.
Keeps doing that. See, that's a problem. They can't... It is normal in a Constantine tried to like claim that like that's not how you have conversation, where people can interject into what each other is saying. I was saying this earlier. You have to be able to question things brick by brick of the ideas. If you build a building on like shitty foundation, like it's just shit, right? Your shit crumbles. And Constantine is like doesn't even have the fucking blueprint because he keeps reinterpreting the fucking topic.
Choose being removed. and there were also people there who were neo-Nazis. That is what he's saying. So
But it's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
There was a Unite the Right, far right, neo-Nazi KKK.
And there were also some people there to protest about the
No.
statue. There was no people who were there to protest about
There
the
might have
statue.
been one or two, but like,
Hold on. There were no people there who were there to protest about the statues who are not neo-Nazis.
I don't think there were people in the Tiki Torch March that were just innocent wonder
Nor do
riders.
I. Nor do I. But there were also people there protesting about the statues. I mean,
That's not how you would characterize. If there was a neo-Nazi march and there were a few people who just happened to be there that weren't necessarily neo-Nazis, you would still characterize it as a neo-Nazi march.
No, if that's what would happen, yes. But my understanding is there were people protesting about statues, and there was the Tiki Torch, this thing that you're talking about, the neo-Nazi march.
He's doing the same thing again, where the definition has to be like complete binary instead of spectral. It's a stupid way to get out of everything.
Which was a neo-Nazi march, was abhorrent, right? And these two things happened at the same time in the same place, right?
They didn't. That's the point I'm trying to bring. Is there what the only march there was the Unite the Right march, which all of their advertising memorabilia and all of the people who organized it were all well-known white supremacists, white identitarians, neo-Nazis. There was no other group of
So
people.
there weren't any normal people there just protesting about the statue.
I'm sure there might have been a couple of normal people in the crowd, but it was a neo-Nazi organized march. The
So
guy
it
that
was no more than two people.
is this the? Hold on, wait,
It's
wait,
not
just,
one of
wait,
those
wait,
guys.
wait, wait, I just want to understand real quickly. You would agree with this statement? There was not a single BLM whole riot anywhere in the United States, because in any riot there were not every single person
I
rioting.
just saw one of
So you'd
those
never
now.
characterize it as a riot.
No, I'd characterize it as a riot, but if someone said there were also some decent people who just care about social justice, I'd say of course they were.
If there was when we saw the videos of people setting car dealerships on fire and everything,
Yeah.
and somebody was like, "What do you think about like the riots last night that set fire to the car dealership?" And you're like, "Well, you know, I think there were some good people there." Wouldn't that be like a really inappropriate thing to say? You say, "I condemn the violence. I think it's a horrible
Of
thing."
course, but that isn't what he said. He said, I condemn the people who did the rioting, but we also have to recognize that there were also some people there who were not violent, and that's exactly the...
But it wasn't about
normal
not being violent. It was about being a neo-Nazi.
who were not neo-Nazis, right.
It was a neo-Nazi organized march.
But I'm not arguing with you about that point. What I'm saying is what he was saying was that there were some other people. You gave me the BLM example, right? If you said to me there was a BLM riot which burned down a police precinct, but also next to it there was some people standing with placards saying Black Lives Matter who are just decent people, I'd be like, that's fair enough, but the riot is what matters.
Yeah, but I wouldn't talk about the people with the placards because I'd probably be asked for a clear comment on how do I feel about the rioting.
Well, what he said is there were people there who I condemn, who were the neo-Nazis, and there was the other people. So your argument is, did he defend the KKK and neo-Nazis? I don't
Yes.
think he did that.
Every single person that was there that was a neo-Nazi felt like they had been defended by Donald Trump.
Their subjective feeling is not the issue here. The
It's
issue,
literally definition the only thing that matters because they're the ones organizing the marches. And if Richard Spencer and these other guys are saying, yeah, I think Donald Trump made a nothing burger
the
statement,
Unite the Right rally was reprehensible. And what happened there was atrocious. I don't defend it. I don't support it. I'm actively against it. I think it was horrific. And these people are terrible. I hate all of them. I criticize them all the time. You mentioned, by the way, earlier that I never criticize them. I criticize them. I'm literally the person who, not the person, I don't want to take all the credit, who came up with the concept of the woke right, for which I'm constantly attacked by all these retards like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and whatever, right? I believe in
edgy.
criticizing both the right
so
and the left
brave.
when they're going wrong. The point I was making is that Donald Trump did not defend the KKK and the neo-Nazis. He made a distinction between those people and the others. And he condemned the KKK and the neo-Nazis, which he did.
Sure,
That's
I
the
understand.
No
I
audio,
understand
but
your
it's
perspective
probably
on
my
this, but
fault. Bass.
People there felt like they were being supported. This exact same thing played out with the Proud Boys before, where he said, stand back and stand by, and you can see the leaders of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers on Parler and Gab saying, like, oh, we heard you loud and clear, President Trump, and then they showed up on January 6th. You can see the organizers of the march, Jason Kessler, I don't remember the guy's first name, him, you can see Richard Spencer, you can see Enoch, all tweeted out or were given press interviews where they said, yeah, we feel like, Trump was supporting supporting us. It was a
Of course they would
neo-Nazi
say that.
organized march.
Of course they would say
It's just a very weird thing. And Donald Trump has a history of this inability to criticize people that he thinks supports them for being violent. This happened a lot in the wake
These
of
are
it.
all these are all perfectly valid points in their own right, but they're separate from the only thing I've ever said about that, which is the people who claim that Donald Trump came out and said there are good people on both sides, and by good people he meant the KKK and the neo-Nazis. I don't think that's true. I don't think that matches the evidence of what he said.
Sure,
This
although
is
because
just
nobody
completely
made that claim in
non-topical at
particular.
this
They said that
point.
he said that there were good people on both sides, where one side was an organized neo-Nazi alt-right march.
No, I think he made the distinction very, very clearly, and people do this
But
all the
everybody
time.
misunderstood
They
him?
take the words out of context to present that somebody said something they didn't say.
They're not under but apparently every person understood him to mean that he was supporting the neo-Nazis. The neo-Nazis felt that way, and
The
the left-leaning
neo-Nazis
people.
are going to pretend that Trump supported them because it benefits them. That does not mean that if you read what he said or watch it in context, that is what he was saying.
If he would have just said unequivocally,
just
I
listen.
deny.
He said, I condemned the KKK and the neo-Nazis who are there totally, but there were also there people protesting about the statues.
Which there weren't.
That is what he said.
Sure, but there weren't those people.
That's what he said.
Okay.
And so when people try and present him as not having condemned them, that's just factually incorrect. And I care about the truth, and I care about the facts.
Okay.
Those are the facts.
I think the truth is really important, and I think using weird syntactical, out of context arguments to try to pretend that one thing was said when every single person understood a different thing. When you're asked to disavow a group of neo-Nazis that are marching, ostensibly supporting you as well, and your go-to immediately as well, I think there were good people on both sides of that, and then you ham up all of these people that were supposedly just defending the tear down of a statue, and he went on to describe, there are a lot of people there who are just trying to save the statue. That's not true. That whole march was organized by alt-right people. If you listen to Trump's statement, you come away thinking, oh, I guess maybe there were multiple marches or multiple protests, or there was a decent protest in the morning, and then the neo-Nazis came later, but that's not true. There was a singular alt-right neo-Nazi march that was organized. That's the only one he could have been referring to when he said there are good people on both sides. And what a pointless statement to make of saying, well, some people there might have been good people. That's true of the Nazi regime. That's true of literally everything in all of human history. Why even bother saying that unless you're just trying to obfuscate when you're being asked to take accountability for, a group of people that
You
you
can
refuse to
have this
disavow?
argument
We
with some...
should finish with some final thoughts, guys. We're getting out of time here.
All right, well, final thoughts from me is
Wrapping
that I'm
up
glad
the
we managed to actually
debate.
have a conversation. It's been a lot more enjoyable than the first part of it, because I think when people talk, even if they don't agree, I think that's good. I think that it's helpful to understand that putting people in tribes and then ascribing the worst opinions that you wish they had so you can argue with them is not the way to actually conduct public debate. I think those of you who don't agree with me might have seen that I don't hold some of the opinions that you hope I hold in order that you could disagree with them, and that a lot of my opinions are actually quite reasonable and rational and based on the logic and facts of what I see. Doesn't mean you're going to suddenly start agreeing with them, but at least they make sense and there's a coherent worldview. So I'm very grateful for all of you coming out, and thank you very much for being here.
I feel like one of the kind of worst tricks that have been played on freedom of speech or debate or conversations over the past 10, 20 years is this concept that as long as two people are chattering at each other or in the direction of an audience, there's some kind of actual dialogue or actual conversation happening. I think that you can look at people who play this game of just asking questions, who don't stake out any real positions in anything. You can find them always leaning in a certain direction, always instigating a certain type of behavior, leading to things like the Southport riots, when somebody like Farage just comes out and lies and says that local British authorities are hiding evidence about Islamic extremism from a Muslim jihadist immigrant, and none of these things end up being true. People develop feelings about them, and then the same situation happens over and over and over and over again. And every single time when the people involved in spreading said misinformation are asked to take some accountability or asked how they feel about the things they've made, it's always the same broad allusion to freedom of speech and good conversations. I think that the arguments that have existed online today relating to the political cultures on both sides, especially the right, mainly the right, are just so unbelievably boring and played out. To hear the exact same talking points over and over again about how we need better immigrants, or we need to curb all of this, or wokeism and transgender people are destroying society. And then meanwhile, like the governments that are forming from these people, you guys are starting to have your own MAGA thing in the UK with reform and restore, is just a bunch of empty, hollow promises that just end up destroying the countries, ironically, even more more than the perceived threats that they had before. I was promised in the United States that Hispanic people and Muslims were going to destroy my society, and I've got Donald Trump, who I don't even know how many more bombs have dropped in Iran or how many more attacks have gone on, the president of No New Wars, who's basically broken every single promise he's made. But the reason why he's been able to do this and get away with it is because the entire foundation that people drove towards voting for him was created on complete and total lies. And I don't know, I hope at some point in the future, over the next year or two, I know you guys still have some real journalists in this country. We've lost basically all of them in the United States. I hope that people force the epic centrists to kind of like take stronger positions on things, to not get upset, and to put down their microphones when they're actually asked challenging questions about the positions they hold, rather than being allowed to endlessly demagogue about the positions over and over again without getting any specifics, and then to just repeat the same empty, hollow talking points they've had for the past decade that have basically achieved nothing. That's my feeling on it.
Please put your hands together for Konstantin Gissin and Destiny.
So that's that. Back to this. What's the DJ got for us? Bass song.
You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
Please.
Shit. We gotta save EB, chat. EB train.
Eva!
You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your
Eva!
Coffins.
What?
Fuck.
I can feel your energy, it's making me realize
Eva!
makes us strong.
Eva!
Of you and I, everything
Yippee!
makes us strong. Of you and I, you and I.
This is interesting. I have a lot of Finnegan. Almost in Gen 6? That's cool. Might keep them. Yeah, cool birds are right. What page are we on? 13. I want to see the bag right now. Oh, 588k. 588k based. Flowers stay. In my head right now. It's kind of loud in my head right now. Puppy stay. I turn you down. It's getting kinda loud in my head right now. I don't hear words you say. It's getting kinda loud in my head right now. I say loud, I don't hear words you say. I turn you down. Getting kinda loud in my head right now. I don't hear words you say. It's getting kinda loud in my head right now. I'm down, down. I don't hear a word you say. I turn you down. Sign. So why can't we just pause and press rewind? When I'm not with you, where you got me open for a reason. Another tonight. I know that you're lying. Good song. I know that you're mine.
You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, it ain't right, it ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, it ain't right, it ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, it ain't right. You've got me saying words in.
She told me I could. She told me I could kill myself. I don't feel like shit. Yeah. I told her that she fills my mind up. She told me I'm a prick. I'm running round in a circle again. I thought it would be cool to be friends, but that's not how our story should end, she said. I don't know what I'm doing when I'm with you. It feel like dying inside, 'cause I know you are real and I can lend you. No, I don't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know what you do to me. Sorry to leave you alone. You won't answer your phone. And I don't even know what you're doing to yourself. Look at yourself. And you cut me off. You don't cut me off. And I don't really like to yell now. I can do that, so I don't help out. Sorry when we fell out. She told me I could. She told me I could kill myself. She know I feel like shit. Yeah, yeah. I told her that she fills my mind up. She told me I'm a prick. She told me I could kill myself. Yeah, yeah. I told her that she fills my mind up. Eating cold White Castle chicken rings? Bays? They make chicken rings? What the fuck? Welcome in, Cap. Right, that's what this was? No, it's sleep poison. I'm selling mons. Going through all of them, all 10,000 of them. We're on page 13 out of 17. You turn my brain to a mosh pit. Don't you complicate it. You have been amazing. I like that. I have cold fries waiting for me. I think I'm gonna warm them up. And I should actually do that before it gets too late. Y'all hold down quick hit for a second. Let me preheat the oven.
Does anyone know Ace of Base? Let's hear it. Who's winning right now, Vancouver? Put your hands up.
Food in the oven. Wait, I think Lisa's at the door. You need to test something? What am I testing? That is a file path. To an HTML document. Should have kept that here, dance. Damn it. Where the fuck am I? Is that the whole thing? You didn't know if it was a file path? Paste that into Windows Explorer. It'll take you there. You're on your fucking Mac, aren't you? 20 minutes till 4:20 East Coast.
Decisions need to be made. We're leaving all the choices up to fate. We've only just met, but we know there's something deeper, can't forget. It feels so good, it feels so true. The only substance I need is you. It feels so right, it feels so true. Taking in every single drop of you. I know our hearts are protected. Never will we be disconnected. I know our hearts are protected. Never will we be disconnected.
Cut. Action.
I accidentally restarted stream, I'm dumb. That does what I want it to do now. Base. What am I looking at? My drop site. What am I looking at? It's the Apple Music Spotify converter. Neat. What does it mean by hitting the road? I'm selling all the keys. Why am I looking? I'm selling all the keys. Why am I even looking? Phantom stays. We'll keep Trevenant, fuck it. Pumpkagoo and Gorgai stay. Berkmites and Avalugs, no. Oh, I shouldn't sell those. Oops. I'm gonna check on my price. I don't know how long I should keep them. I want to restart this. Ash to ashes, dust to dust. Ash to ashes, dust to dust. Tomorrow have its way with the promises we made. And skin to bone, steel to rust. Ash to ashes, dust to dust. Your deception, my disgust. When the day is finally drawn, I'll be happy that you're gone. Ash to ashes, dust to dust. Ash to ashes, dust to dust. Skin to bone and steel to rust. Right to left, left to right. Night to day and day to night. When the starlight fades to gray, I'll be watching far away. Right to left and left to right. Ash to ashes, dust to dust. Skin to bone and steel to rust.
In outer space, starting to wonder what kind of game you play. I should have stayed true, but I fell in love again. Thought I could save you, you never wanted it. I don't understand how this works out.
So burpy today. Yeah. I get the impression the rest of these are going to be a lot easier. We just have to get through the damn wall. We're at the bottom of 13. Page 14 out of 17. There's 4 left. Let's fucking go. How's the bag? 642K. Sick. Let me check on those fries again.
staying in Paris to get away from your parents. And I thought, wow, if I could take this in a shot right now, I don't think that we could work this out on the terrace. I don't know if it's fair, but I thought, how could I let you fall by yourself? Well, I'm wasted for someone else. If we go down, then we go down together. They'll say you could do anything. They'll say that I was clever. If we go down, then we go down together. We'll get away with everything. Let's show them we are better. If we go down, let's show them we are better. If we go down, let's show them we are better. If we go down, let's show them we are better. Let's show them we are better. Let's show them we are better.
Is that Gen 9? Did we make it? Or is this Gen 8? Must be 8. I got a lot of Somalis. Multiform Minior is kind of cool to keep. I think we... I like that Sandy Gas is a ghost type. We'll let it be. Togedemaru, Turtonator, y'all are out of here though. Not this one. This one's burned. Mimikyu stays. Bruxious can go. I'm gonna keep the Rookadies for some reason. Corby's kinda cool. Stupid, fucking, ugly, boring children. In 2020 and I'm 30, I'll do another 10. 2030, I'll be 40 and kill myself then. Page 15, paste. Checking on the price again. Needs time to cool off. I don't have it in me to sell the dogs, but they're there. I'm not crazy about that line. Apple steak. That's the end of my salt, Nick. think I'm fucking up my hand. Where are we at? 678k. 8,100 mons. I sold like 900 today. That's pretty good numbers.
Ow! I burned my hand! At night. Night, 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 night! Will you please?
That should have pissed it off, but I did it by a command, so maybe not. Or via preset, so maybe not. There's not a lot left, which is a great sign. Not only is there not a lot of pages left, but as I went along in PCG and they kept adding new generations, I stopped catching random shit and started catching a lot of the shit I like. So these groups of shit I don't like are a lot slimmer. It just cuts out. Let me listen to that again. Like, this page is... this is the page we're on. We might be able to get through... Wait, what? Are we on this page? We are. Hold on. There's only 16 pages now. We're on the last two. Fuck, I should just go for it. Fuck. My hand's hating me. Evie. Fuck! Someone else has got a booper. Or I gotta wait. Oh, you can run, but you can't hide it. No, you can't get away. I'll just be lurking out your building every goddamn day. I'd probably say I'm to be inside a circus in an elephant cage. I don't ever do shit at all. But they think I am 'cause I'm tall. And it's December, consider this your new favorite song. You know you can't get away, unless be lurking out your building every goddamn day. I'd probably say I've been to be inside a circus in an elephant cage. That I am okay. And I blow my hand. And I blow my brain. But I might go into the party with a knife like a psycho. Oh well. I cannot replace you. I will never replace you. Oh, you can run, but you can't hide it. You know you can't get away. I was lurking out your building every goddamn day. So they run on purposes. I'd probably say it to be inside a circus in an elephant cage. 'Cause I would never do shit at all. I'm not that handsome, but they think I am 'cause I'm tall. I need her number. And it's December, consider this your new Christmas haul. You can run, but you can't hide, you know you can't get away. I'll just be lurking out your building every goddamn day. I'd probably say I've been to be inside a circus in an elephant cage. Oh, fuck. It's even nerd. So far out of line. I just did a chicken with its head cut off. I don't think that I'm supposed to stop. My food must be cooled off by now. I'm gonna try and do a little munching real quick. You're...
Brace. Those. Bongos.
Praise my bongo.
MTV, the land of happy little trees.
Leave what you, leave what you, leave what you. Leave what you, leave what you, leave what you.
Okay, let's move it.
Leave what you, leave what you. I overcooked the damn fries. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. I'm gonna keep doing the repeat phrases thing. I'm gonna keep doing the repeat phrases thing.
What time is it? 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 I don't wait. Yeah. What time is it? Yeah. What time is it? Yeah. What time is it?
We can keep the Corsolas. Corsolas. Crops are fetched. I might just sell it. Yeah, sell all the Mr. Rhymes. Don't even look. Don't look back. Just send them. They're horrible. They're monsters. My therapist said they're not real. I'm gonna have to talk to my therapist again.
I come out, I
I
throw,
throw trash all over the ring. Welcome back, third. Selling my, yeah, but we're on page 15 out of 16, and it's it's the latest gens, right? And that makes it so because they're more recent. I used to just catch a lot of different mons when these ones weren't released. But when they were released, by that time I was catching specific mons that I wanted to keep. So now it's gonna be, wait, it's downhill. I wanted to play PAL last night, but my body had other plans. RIP. I know it's too much for a free game, but I wish there was more sorting filtering of the Pokemon to make it easier. Have you tried the filters button? I do pretty well with the filters they have. I have, but then I was like, I was a mass sell choice. Wait, what? Chicken butt. I want a mass cell choice. Sorry for not fully here. Condensing will help you with that later. And there's also other PAL storages that you get too. And you're gonna want mass amounts, honestly, because expeditions. You can start sending your pals on expeditions, like you can send an army of them into the mines. And they come back with loot. That's gonna leave the world in the end. You still get that feeling no one's gonna love you for you. Maybe I'm just stuck in the past. Nothing could ever last. I was talking about PCG. Didn't know you could sell pals. Yeah. Oh, kinda. You can sell the. I think you can sell them. Maybe not though. There's a PAL merchant that you can buy pals from, and the other merchants you can sell to. So I'm wondering. Pretty isn't everything, you punk ass. You listening? And I don't mean I was the eater to eat bugs for lunch. I was the one who wasn't coming from where they're coming from. I speak poetically and never pride my ignorance, but this California shit is rigorous. Happiness is figurative. I'm happy because of me. Doesn't matter how I'm living. One. If the sun was God, I'd be covered in flame. If the ocean was a devil, I'd be covered in hate. I'm so West Coast, it's a goddamn shame. I'm so West Coast, it's a goddamn shame. I have to catch more pals to get to 30. And also build the tub stuff. It's easier to understand. I ran out of room when hunting deer and didn't... The tutorial does, I feel like, a pretty solid job once you know how to navigate a little bit. Eventually it gets simple too. It's like, go to tower. Get stronger pals in area. Go to tower. Farm the oil rigs. Got to like 20 and it stopped me from throwing spears. Oh, no shit. Yeah, you gotta make them. You gotta cook. Paldium fragments are important. I have spheres, it just wouldn't let me throw more? What? That sounds like a close and reopen situation. Maybe, I played last night. Maybe it'll be fixed later and when I jump in after the kids dropped off to school. Maybe. Fair. It just wants to breathe. It's like when Wii Sports tells you to go outside and get some exercise.
They'll know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and
How did you debate you watched it and they were circle back to the question? No, Destiny kept playing along with wherever he just went in the conversation. So they kind of lived, but it was because Constantine was just basically ignoring Destiny's points. And then just kept morphing the topic. You take the pressure, yeah. I'm also fucking rich. Which was in the suit? Constantine... Something Constantine or Constantine something? Fuck. I'm forgetting it again. Constantine kissing. Constantine kissing. How's it going? It's going, Cap. Welcome in. Or welcome back. I'm going through all of my Pokemon and selling what I don't want. We've gone through like 1,000 Pokemon today. Or sold 1,000 Pokemon today. There are a bunch of them we've marked and kept. We had to go through another 1,000 another time. We're almost there. What's your feeling on Mint? Oh yeah, Cap, how do you feel about Mint? What's Mint's place in the world? We must know your opinion on this. Also, give me a second. I'm gonna get myself a Mint. I like the taste of peppermint. I do not like spearmint. Okay. What about like an Andes mint? The best? Okay. What about a mint Oreo? And a peppermint patty. Golden Oreos are good too, sure. We're the mint police today, Cap. We have to investigate everyone's mint policies. You can eat an unhealthy amount of peppermint patties. That's ringing alarm bells. How often do you eat mint? That's another question. Not as often as I should. That's another alarm bell. I raged out today because my coworkers bought exclusively mint snacks to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. Do you not like mint? Mint's fine, but it's overdone. It was way overdone in that situation, and mint is definitely something I only like on occasion. Shamrock shakes are bullshit. There's a lot of weak mint bullshit out there. It's just too much. It's like I can't feel like I'm brushing my teeth with this shit. I understand having too much of one thing. There's other things that have like longevity to them though, you know? Like, I could fuck up a Snickers probably any day. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with a beer. See, yeah, but also we work in elementary school, so maybe not beer. Unless they go out to the bars later, I don't know. I don't associate with them. I don't socialize. Anti-socialized. Hell yeah. That's my shit. I don't want my work life to ever cross over with my real life. I don't like that. Far too much responsibility. Just be Chicago's AB paying the river screen. Do what? What the? What the what? Another Metro. Here's hoping none of your coworkers show it. They wouldn't. Something tells me that elementary school administration and teachers aren't really Twitch watchers. And I just don't tell people that I stream. I tell them I program. Are you cheating again? It's a Lycan Rock, isn't it? Or is it the Legendary? Yeah, it's the Legendary. Yeah. Zamazenta? Is that it? I was cheating on something because I couldn't see the image. I know, that's why I asked if you were doing it again. Breakdance Beach. Shit. Shit. Fuck. Not made of it. She's fussy. And we're slipping. The fuck, Cap? Why you? You're better than that. Hydration, Cap. You're better than that. I'm not unbelievable. I dropped a whole 2 seconds of frames? Holy moly. I'm gonna sip my Big Red. That's wild. I haven't had a Big Red in like a century. Or a decade. Man, imagine that. Back in the 1900s when they had Big Red. Totally. The early 1900s. There's so many Pokemon. So close yet so far. Page 16 will be based. It'll be based. There was a pineapple Big Red. Big Blue. No shit. I love it. I don't really see pineapple soda anymore. Pineapple Fanta. Those are always available for me. Didn't Mountain Dew do a pineapple recently too? Big Pineapple was great. They just called it Big Pineapple. Not Big Yellow. You goddamn slack, Shaw. can't sell dogs. I can sell all these fucking olives, though. Get the fuck out of my face. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stupid fucking olives. Fuck you. Cool. Make that feel like a legendary. That's pretty sick. Shit.
But what? If I... Please!
Fuck. Stop refusing to pop it. Point him out, bitch, I wanna know who the fuck passed you the mic. Shit, the DJ's starting to think I like Tara Reid. Lord save me.
Good morning, eyes open. I can see the light shining through. Good morning, blinds open. I'm coming home to you. Soft with the weather, cool with the breeze. Flip through the pages of reality. Float like a feather out to the sea. Roll like a lion, living wild and free. Just like that, snap my fingers. Just like that, dreams get bigger. Just like that, paint a picture. Just like that, just like that, just like just like good evening, eyes closing. We can see the stars shining through. Good evening, blinds closing. It's just me and you. Soft with the weather, cool with the breeze. Flip through the pages of reality. Float like a feather out to the sea. Roam like a lion, living wild and free. Just like that, snap my fingers. Just like that, dreams get bigger. Just like that, paint a picture. Just like that, just like that, just like just like just like
Keep our flutter mains. I'm gonna get rid of our slither wings. Metro one-hit KO. Cute. I can see the end. Holy shit, we're almost there. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. And we keep the rest. 16 pages. I now have 7,930 Pokemon. I had 10,000. I've sold 2,000 mods. And marked a shit ton of other ones. How much Metro do we got? 93 Metro. 93 fucking Metro. $67 one-hit KOs. $74.9. 740. Oh no, he's just out in the Overwatch category. He's AFK. We'll all be fighting in the end. Is it the end times? Are we there? Are you sure? I'm still wondering if nothing ever happens. You just go for low blows and run the wide while you play with your nose.
Nighttimes are the hardest. All my emotions overload. Never felt quite like
Nothing is always happening. Nothing ever happens. They don't tell you this, but it's true. Nothing ever happens. Your whole fight, we will fight waiting in line for nothing. And iPhones. Y'all, there's a link tree. It's got like link tree stuff. Link tree, come here. There it is. Takes you to the link tree. It does link tree stuff. You got the YouTube. It's where we upload all the VODs and get them all sorted out into playlists for your viewing pleasure. Discord and Blue Sky. All their stream announcements go out to the Discord and the Blue Sky, but if you like memes, pictures of EVs, good hangs, go over to the Discord. Yeah, there's a community information document. It has all the information you could possibly want to know about stream, the bot and the programming, community rules, drama shit we've covered, the games in the bot, other general information. Scroll down a bit more, you got all the playlists. You got the YouTube Type Beats playlist when we're going through those. You got this link to my Spotify profile, which will give you access to all my Spotify playlists. But if you like the stuff we're listening to on stream, it's these 4 here. And then a bunch of shit I have but don't use. My new clock from AT&T will upgrade your new iPhone for free. Thanks! And you get a $400 Samsung gift card if you spend $400 on Samsung. Bring out Grandma. Bring her out. Bring her in. Right, in and out. In. Bring her. If she's in, bring her out. If she's out, bring her in. Brit Bozo. What? I'll push up my glasses. I'll do it. Society. Cash, are you going through it?
Thank you guys for sticking around.
Society's bad news.
Thank you for making our first Vegas experience great.
We flamingoed. Appreciate everyone hanging out, lurking along, chatting along, doing their thing. Give y'all a round of applause. We got a lot done today. We got all that. We got that PCG selling shit out of my brain. I'm always in a state of going through it. Fair enough. But I wish you a good journey of going through it. Tuck chat in, because blankets are important. Hope everyone has a good day, good night, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good sleep, good work, good day off, good time zone, good whatever it is, a good one. Stay safe out there, no drownsies, fuck vegetables, but which vegetables? Celery? Celery. It gets stuck in your teeth, it's fucked up. I'm going through your guys' mothers. I got... Based. You got him. Should we start doing poop jokes? We'll be back in 24 to 48 hours at our usual 12:30 a.m. US Central Time doing what we normally do, which is whatever the fuck I feel like doing. We're gonna raid Who Gas to Care. Show me a 2 gas clip. Evie, no. Grab yourself a raid message if you can, if you wanna. If you can't or you don't wanna, you can make your own raid message, spam your own emotes, do your own thing, just don't get banned here or there, and that's all that thanks. Now we awkwardly wait out the raid timer. 2 gas is just AFK streaming PCG, so if anyone needs PCG stuff, it'll be over there. Maybe he comes around. I've seen him streaming at these hours, so who knows. IRL, or not IRL streaming, but actually they're streaming, non-AFK streaming.